Quick greetings. Welcome to another video. We started our little journey and we took one step, a first step toward American Indian sovereignty. We're going to look to take some more steps today. Again, we're going to follow the state nationals model. We're not doing exactly word for word what they did, but we do know that they are going back to the type of sovereignty that the Constitution spoke, that the Revolutionary War brought and wrought. We're not as Indians going to accept or settle for the federal version of sovereignty, which is you're a what do they call it? Domestic dependent nation or some shit. Why are we depending on you? We have a whole landmass to depend on at our disposal. If we depend on you, the colonizer, that means you get to parcel out my property to me, my land to me. And I don't need you to do that. I know that there's Indians out there who feel exactly how I feel. So I'm not even going to stress that part. My job is to bring what the answers put before me. And that's what we're going to do. So again, no, we don't want federal corporate or government corporation sovereignty, because it is not the sovereignty we had before the corporation showed up. We didn't have anybody telling us where to go, how to go there, what to do, how to do it, when to jump, when to run, when to hop, when to skip. So why would we want it now? I said this before, Indians. If we don't get this shit right now, this may be our only chance for any future generations. Because if we can't get something popping for them, they're going to have to live out the bullshit that we lay out for them. And what would be BS? Accepting what your colonizer calls sovereignty, which is dependent or being dependent on your colonizer. You've got to be kidding me. There's going to be all kinds of Indians, right? But phew, as I name myself Heru, and I know what Heru do. Heru, the deity, is about getting his birthright. Heru, the deity, is about getting his birthright back from a thief. So there's going to be Indians who want the real deal. They don't want the knockoff Gucci bag. They want the real deal. And in the name of a deity of Tameri, who did that, who accomplished that. Yeah, you'll might have a problem with that, but you don't have a problem calling on a deity that was crucified. You don't have a problem calling on a deity that you must follow, a deity who was crucified. You don't think our brothers is paying that price, getting gunned down for the savior that they were given on some spiritual level? That you're asked to follow Christ. So ain't you gonna be on some level laying down your life or obeying your master, turning the other cheek, and paying your taxes? Indians ain't supposed to do that. Jesus is going against our Constitution. Indians don't pay no taxes to a colonizer. So yeah, I'm gonna go with a deity that is from this landmass, Tameri. Until I know better, or if there's better, this is what's going on. So far, I've seen nothing but more truth be given to me and more common sense be added as we break down our steps toward American Indian sovereignty. And I know you're like, Heru, shut up and let's get this ball rolling. All right. So as we did the first time with our first step, thank you, ancestors, we're going to follow Anna's model. Anna taught me pretty much everything I know about this situation. So yes, the first step, we're going to make a declaration. We're going to write it out. And we're going to actually go to the top head honcho of this entity. Well, he is the one who started the doctrine of discovery. So it would make sense for Indians to address the one who now heads this entity as Pope. Okay? So that was our first step. And we in the near future, near future, I'm going to share some ideas. I'm probably going to use Anna's model for such a letter or declaration. And once we put it on record, we could put a time limit on it. If we don't get a response, we take it that you are in agreement that American Indians are the birthright owners of their land. Okay, so and this is not big talk. This is what's right talk. This is standing up for your birthright talk. This is something that Anna has done. And she did it as an immigrant. If she can write the Pope speaking about American land, Surely it's not out of line for an American Indian to do the same. Okay? This was all done against us. Okay? Us, American Indians. Okay. Enough pontificating, you say. Heru, let's once again, 10 minutes, and we still ain't got to step 2 and 3 and all of that. 4, 5, 6, 7. So as I said, we're going to use Anna's model, but we're going to read her steps, and hopefully the ancestors will give us some clues of how it applies to us, because it won't be exactly the same, but it's definitely in the ballpark. So let's share the screen. Ancestors, would you allow us the wisdom to open our minds, open our ears as we read? These are 12 steps to reclaim your private property, is what I want to say. We're reading from down here. This is what the article originally was. If I can highlight it. Do I have my highlighting capability? Okay, let's see. Text. Okay, this was the original, because we're not in court, right? And we don't go in their courts. This is one thing Anna is clear about, and like anyone really who understands the system. So we're going to go with the previous title of Anna's 12 steps. Indians. We gotta find the Indians who are down with total control of their land, not Indians that want daddy to help out here and there. They want to be recognized by daddy. They want daddy to, give them a payout from their own birthright when they can have the whole thing. This is a right, God-given right. Okay, so y'all can't read ahead because this screen don't got step 1, so y'all can read ahead, but it ain't there. Okay, so this is as prescribed by Anna von Reitz, 12 steps to reclaim your private property, because this is our private property. It's not an estate, because we're not in the commercial sea jurisdiction. This is our private property we're taking back. Our birthright, and we don't have to call it citizenship, our birthright, okay, versus corporate slave citizenship. That's what we're giving up. That's the Indians who want to. Okay, so she says the title was causing a lot of confusion, so we need to clear it up somehow. But I like the old title. This article would be more accurately called, or would more accurately be called, 12 rebuttals. Okay. It has only coincidental use in establishing identity or other issues, and is intended only to help those who are already engaged in litigation. So that's why it was she renamed it, right? To help them be aware of the unstated legal presumptions being held against them, and assist them in rebutting those presumptions. So there's assumptions being made about us that we're United States citizens, right, Indians? So we can use some of this, okay? Unless you are engaged in a real knockdown and drag out battle at a very fairly high level. You will never have to answer all 12. And so this is not for traffic tickets and zoning ordinance infractions. Okay. Okay. So it's a versatile type of thing we got going on here, but it's all dealing with the same issue, you know? So she wrote this in April of 2015. But again, it's okay. Wait. Okay. I don't mean to make you wait. I just want us to be on the same page, literally. So that's some more she writes. She writes, I am not an activist. I'm a judge of the Alaska State Superior Court, and the Alaska State is one of several states guaranteed the land jurisdiction of Alaska by statehood compact. That means that what I did here in Alaska directly impacts what applies to every other state on the land of the continental United States, including Washington State. Interesting. Interesting. She's basically saying that we're all guaranteed land jurisdiction, you know, originally. Okay. I have a thought about that, but I'm going to save that if it's, you know, even necessary to bring it up. If no properly convened Washington State Court, not state of Washington, which is a state of state, or a federal state. See, when I tell you that they turn states into federal fictions, this is what she's reiterating here. So let's read that again. If no properly convened Washington State Court, proper means in accordance with the Constitution. Okay? Not some statutes. She's very clear on these issues. Okay. If no properly convened Washington State Court, not state of Washington, remember, state of, the name of your state, is not the land soil jurisdiction. It is a corporate fiction created by the District of Columbia to turn all actual states into corporate fictions, which the District of Columbia now has authority and jurisdiction over. So that's why I began to realize that getting state recognition as an Indian tribe is no different from being federally recognized. As she just said, not state of Washington, which is a state of state, a federal state. We have to get this. A federal state. Okay? Federal is the corporation. State was intended to be the actual metes and bounds of a state. New York State, Pennsylvania State, Washington State. Okay, so it two different versions of a state. One is federal fiction, and one is the metes and bounds of what was supposed to be land soil state. Okay. Okay, so the federal state is operating in the international jurisdiction of the sea. So it is pulling us outside of our own jurisdiction into a foreign jurisdiction of the sea. So that's also why UNDRIP and ADRIP are no good for American Indians. They are international in nature. They are international jurisdiction created. The Indians did not create those two documents. If the Mongoloid $5 Indians did, they themselves are a federal creation. A federal thing, as we just read, is operating in the international jurisdiction of the sea. A Mongoloid tribe, a $5 tribe, is created by an entity that is based in the international jurisdiction of the sea. So, ADRIP was created in a sea jurisdiction. Okay, if you can get that. We didn't create it. We were too busy being called Black, right? We didn't create anything except regurgitating this idea that we're Black. We didn't create that. So regurgitating it is not us making it really at all either. Until an American full-blood Indian creates it, it is not going to be ours. It's going to be some agent of a foreign jurisdiction. It's going to belong to them. Okay, I want to read this one more time. I'm sorry I'm keeping you waiting. Please forgive me. But I really, this is all pertinent. Okay, if no properly convened Washington state court, not state of Washington, which is a state created by the federal corporation, it's a federal state operating in the international jurisdiction of the sea. So if no properly convened Washington state court overturns my findings and public order, you will find that I already addressed the criminality of the North American Power Alliance and their subsidiaries. See attached public order and notice to law enforcement, including judges. So basically she's saying because the states are considered one union called the United States of America, this would apply to all. What she's done in Washington by calling out the fraud of the federal system, it would apply to all states of the union, the land soil version of the states, not the state of Washington, but Washington state, not the state of New York, but New York state. Those were the originals. New York state, Washington state, that's what they originally called before the federal entity switched it up and made it its own by calling it state of. That's how you tell the difference. One is state of New York, one is New York state. We have to go with the latter. Okay, if you would like to get to the heart of this matter and put an end to such encroachment upon the land jurisdiction of your state and its citizenry, there are some relatively simple steps to be taken. So let's brace ourselves, Indians. A lot of this will apply to us, but in our jurisdiction. Now, you see, let me say this before we get to her first step. This the state that she's talking about, even New York State, even Washington State. In other words, even though they are considered the land soil jurisdiction and not the sea jurisdiction, they still don't apply to the American Indian. What we would go by, as I said before, would be basically the linguistic map of America. We don't have state lines. And I made the mistake. I said that the federal don't have to recognize it. Oh, yes, they do. I misspoke. They will have to recognize because we are a sovereign nation of Indians. Okay? Despite our linguistic groups, we are still American Indians. Iroquois, Algonquin, whatever. Iroquois, you'll just have to let go of your greediness. You're infected with the Jacob syndrome, wanting something that doesn't belong to you. Now you have land rights on this land. However, the territory that you got with the colonizer, that has to be returned. When you fight Algonquians mano a mano without help of the colonizer, then maybe you might rightfully own that land. But whatever you got by partnering with the colonizer, the ancestors are telling me that ain't yours. You didn't fight it fair. You didn't fight it fair. You would not have won without Britain's help. Why? You were outnumbered. And you didn't have firepower. You got that from Britain. So that's what the ancestors gave me. They basically, because I was struggling. I was like, well, do the Iroquois get to keep our land forever and ever, ancestors? And they just gave me the common sense answer. No, it wasn't a fair fight. Your land goes back to you. Sorry, Iroquois, but you lose. Sorry. Let's be real. You're nothing but a band of traitors anyway. Somebody gotta say it. We're not wishing ultimate annihilation of your tribe. That's not how Indians do. But unfortunately, you will have to. You're going to have to go back to square one with that bullshit. And if you don't like your square, oh well. I guess you could move to your adopted daddy's landmass, and maybe he'll give you something better over there in Britain. But you played dirty, okay? And that's getting off the topic. But I just had to say it. Now, there you can see a little bit of step one. So let's look at step one. Everyone must choose their proper citizenship. So American Indians, What's our what they call citizenship? Ours is called Indian not taxed. That's our proper status. That we have to choose it. No one is going to give it to us. In fact, all they're going to do is discourage us and try to act like it's not written there in black and white, and try to redefine what an Indian not taxed means. It means Indians are not taxed. So again, everyone, but we're just going to say every Indian must choose their proper status. Do you want your birthright, Indians? Or do you want to be forever under the thumb of your oppressor, thinking that he loves you and gonna take care of you? You should know, before the pandemic, maybe I would say, oh, colonizer could maybe have a little bit of heart after all these years. It's gotten worse. Having a pandemic means the hate is still there. The disregard is still there. The hope of annihilating us, erasing us as a nation from the face of the earth. Is that what their book said? Well, that's what they intend to do. So now more than ever, Indians who are both eye woke or third eye woke should know there is no partnering with this entity. It tried to get rid of you at the most important time of your evolution, the awakening, and we got people, and I'm gonna say it, I don't care if you call me a conspiracy theorist, but my baby girl, the princess of our family, my baby sister, I spoke to her yesterday. She went against my wishes. She's a grown woman. And she was pressured into getting this jab. My sister is in her early 40s. And she's finally admitting to me she's having memory issues. I've been not willing to just say how I felt and what I know is going on as a result of this jab. But now that the pearl of our family, my baby sister, my baby girl, is telling me that she knows something is wrong. She shouldn't be forgetting had not even mid-40s yet. So I'm no longer coddling people who don't want to face the truth. It's hit home, and I'm going to talk about it. I know why my sister's having memory issues. One of my best friends, she's been told me about her memory issues, and I witnessed it for myself several times. Okay? So I'm not gonna play fool because people don't want to hear. They don't want to believe. the longer you choose not to, the less chance you'll do something about what's going on if you got that check. And all of a sudden now there's this new rush of commercials for memory and memory loss. Why all of a sudden now is some kind of low-key epidemic of memory issue? I saw it again. One of my best friends, I saw it. She's been going through this ever since she got it. What is it, a year now? But now my sister is telling me. So I'm sorry, y'all that don't want to hear, or you think everything is a conspiracy. I'm sorry. Maybe you're not admitting what you're witnessing to yourself. So why did we go off on that tangent? Because I'm trying to show you there is no let's play patty cake with the corporation. There is no I'm gonna take care of you as long as you federally recognize. There is no I'm gonna do right by you if you state recognize. That don't exist. And again, the highlighted portion of this screenshot is telling you what the state is. It's a federal state operating in the international jurisdiction of the sea. You see, the land soil jurisdiction of the state, that was operating on the land soil jurisdiction. Once it became state of, that's a federal sea jurisdiction. So yeah, we're taking the scenic route, but we're going to get through these steps. And it's going to be in one video, even if it's over an hour and a half. Everyone, every Indian who wants it. See, it's you ain't going to get it unless you want it. Ain't nobody going to force you. But when you see that Indians are living free on the land again, you're going to want to jump on board. And if enough of us jump on board, how? Ooh, baby. Talk about getting your land with quickness. Talk about not having to worry that there's too few of us to pull this off. I just want to say this, and again, this is not, this video today, we're not looking to take shots at other Indians, but I want to address some things that I hear some Indians say, and I don't want to put them down today. I just don't want to do it. This is way too important for pettiness. But I hear certain things, and one of the things I hear and I would like to speak to, because I think we just have to see a bigger picture. Now, some Indians say that we're way too wild, you know, and we're way too ratchet to govern ourselves, you know. They have a concern. It's valid. I'm not invalidating what they're saying. Again, what I'm trying to do is look at a bigger picture. So what was given to me to say, and I hope I say it right, we have to believe in our abilities as a people. If we don't, we are more than likely going with a a colonizer type of mentality, because the colonizer is the one that says we're not capable. That's what they would say. We can't say that. Yes, there are many of our people who are ratchet as hell, but we know why. We have a general idea as Indians that are awakening. We should know that our people are, well, was it Joy Leary that talked about post slavery stress disorder? Well, we weren't African slaves, but we definitely have been treated like the help. Okay. So yes, a lot of our Indians have this, what I would agree with Dr. Joy Leary. She hasn't made videos in a while to my knowledge, but when she did, I was very intrigued by what she had to say, and it made sense. I know better now that I know we're not African, but I do know that we are a people that have been oppressed. You know, just like those movies show, those slavery movies. Now, again, we weren't from Africa, but everything we see in those movies, you don't think that causes some kind of stress? Just seeing it, seeing your people be treated that way. So yes, we have some trifling people in our midst, because they're not, when you really break it down, we have a system that will never give us that the luxury of admitting that yes, these are people that have been oppressed, so they're not acting right. The government will, the system will never say anything like that. It's just going to promote the notion, again, that we are way ratchet, you know, and that we're basically like a menace to society, like the Hollywood movie said, right? That's what we don't get a pass for what we've gone through, like other people who have nations do. Like you know, somewhat like what anti-Asian hate, you know, they get a little respect, and they weren't even, they don't have a history of being abused in this country. But again, they got Spitfire legislation. Well, I guess somebody hit an age, I don't even know what, I don't even remember what it was, but it became, oh, there's an anti-Asian hate for one or two Asians guys, and boom. Now we have a history of getting, again, shot, beat, choked out, whatever, years. Since your grandmother time, your great grandmother. When do we get an anti quote unquote black hate bill? We don't. Well, we don't want it to, as blacks, because we're not black. I'm just saying the sentiment would be nice. So yes, our people are very and you know, the religion got them really too. You know, a lot of our phobias, a lot of the sexism, the sex orientation phobia, that's all coming from religion. Let's be clear. That's where that's all coming from, okay? We are an indoctrinated people. Yes, we are. But here's the beauty of this. Once we have our own government, we're not going to elect the crazies, are we? No. You're going to get them some therapy. Free. we're gonna get them some lifelong therapy for free. So we have options. We don't have to go with the weed smoking, toting, blunt head, what Buddha head, whatever they call themselves now. With the yeah, y'all gotta see. We know that our people ain't woke when they feel that just because weed became legal, that means I'm gonna smoke all of it every day. You're not you. And there's some Indians that's doing this. They don't understand what a colonizer is out to do. They don't get it. I mean, when the shit was illegal, that was the time to smoke, get your smoke on. Okay. Why can I say that as an Indian? Because their laws don't apply to me. So what's legal to them or illegal to them is quite fine for me. Baby, I'm an Indian, not taxed. That's a status, boo. That ain't an exemption. It's a hidden status, hiding in plain sight in our Constitution. Yeah. That's another reason why people are acting out. It's I think I told you all. No, I didn't, because I didn't post that video. But I got to speak with a co-worker, West Indian, a fellow West Indian, and he's the one that said it. I was telling him I had some recent altercations with young brothers who just being disrespectful, you know. And one of them was quite it could have escalated, you know, it could have got really, really bad, you know. So I was telling my coworker about this, and he cited this is new weed. And you know, I didn't think about it at the time, but one of the altercations I had was with a brother who was selling weed. And I think what happened was he didn't hear me say no thank you. So that when I went to ask him, could he please excuse me so I could pass to get into the bodega, he acted like he didn't hear me. And let's just say, you know, all the emaciating words that you can think of, you know, the disrespect and all of that. I just told the brother, it's not even that serious. It's not that serious. But yeah, I'm all over the place. But I hope you're following. I hope you can follow. I mean, we are looking at step one, so I'm not denying you step one. So yes, I'm going to okay, we got step one, and now we're going to try to just get through the next 11 without too much interruption from yours truly, Haru. I know this topic is important to people. I've had people, you know, in the comments asking me, and there's a brother out there that I just want you to know that I didn't forget you. I did speak with Karen, one of the commenters in my comment section. But the brother, what it is I saw your comment, I took it in, and I sat with it, and I just decided to start making the last video with the first step and now this video, but I can't find your comment. So I have to look for your comment to answer you directly. Please forgive me if you're listening now. I think you know who you are. You and Karen asked, you know, the similar question. But Karen had commented a few times, so she and I had a little rapport. And I think the brother, I think he only commented maybe that time, if not one other time. And so, but trust me, you were heard. You were heard. You know, and I thank these comments, but I thank the commentators because it does help someone to who who is who is trying to hear the ancestor, and so when the question is asked, it eventually I'm gonna be talking to the ancestor about how help me answer this question. So back to the answers. So let's read step 1 again. Every Indian must choose their proper status. I'm rewording it a little bit, as an Indian would say it. But I'll do it here and there where I am aware to do it. Do you want your birthright, Indian? I love that. I love that she asked that. It is a question. Some don't. I think some Indians, they just don't have, they don't know what they don't know. They don't know the freedoms that they don't have. They don't know what's available to them. They only know what the corporation is promising, but the corporation does not keep its promises. Do you want your birthright, American, on the land of Washington or any other state? See, do we want our linguistic lands back, Indians? We're not part of the state, so this part doesn't apply to us. But those states are all over our linguistic lands, our linguistic delineations. Excuse me. Do you want a land jurisdiction? Well, Indians have to have a land jurisdiction when it's their land. They have to. So, of the continental Americas, we United States has never been our friend, y'all. I'm sorry. That word, that name, it just brings, or it should call up a lot of pain and suffering. That entity has caused us a lot of pain and suffering. But again, we're peaceful Indians. We're just calling out what they would call a civil wrong, a lawful wrong, a constitutional breach, a breach of the Constitution. So we're looking for lawful remedies, not what do you call it? Terrorizing remedies or violent remedy. We don't need them. We Indians not taxed. We got a status to uphold, resurrect. So the corporation need not fear American Indians like we feared them. Because we're going to handle this in a lawful manner and in a manner that is consistent with law of the land. Law of the land was not created by Britain or the Vatican. It goes much further back in time than those two entities. So do you want your birthright, American Indians, on the land and in the land jurisdiction of the Americas? See, now they got a guarantee. The colonies got a guarantee. We didn't get no such thing. We got reclassified, okay? So this part would not apply to us. I wonder if I should just read them and then talk about what don't apply to us, because this is getting a little bit cumbersome, right? I would say so. So let's just read it the way it's written. And maybe part two we could, or maybe I just write it out for Indians and then read that one after this one. Or, so let's just read it as it's written one time, just for comprehension. Everyone must choose their proper citizenship. Do you want your birthright citizenship on the land of Washington or other state on the land jurisdictions of the continental United States guaranteed to the United Colonies and carrying with it all your guarantees of a Bill of Rights, etc.? Or do you want to adopt corporate citizenship as a franchise owned and operated by other corporate entities and operate as a debt slave in international jurisdiction of the sea for the benefit of the Federal Reserve and the United Nations, Inc.? Ooh. I know Indians don't want that, but I don't think they realize that's what they're getting if they stay United States citizens or want to work half with the corporation and half as an Indian. We don't want a half-ass. We don't want half-ass. Okay, so that was Anna's step one. So I guess it's similar. My step was for people who know that they are American Indians, not taxed, and want their, to take a first step in their sovereignty. So but hers is more or less if you haven't decided yet. So you have to choose. So I'm assuming that you've made a choice, with the first step that we had, okay? But it's all based on Anna's work anyway, okay? Step two, all those who wish to retain their birthright gather together and begin operating your county and state on the land known as Washington State. So she made this specifically for Washington State originally, but it applies to all states, right? But again, we're not in the state system, so we'd have to word this differently. And we might want to say, gather together and begin operating. I'm not crazy about the word tribe, and I told you why. But maybe outside of the colonizer system, it might be okay. I'm not sure on that one. We can call it whatever we want to call it, though. All those who wish to retain their birthright gather together and begin operating your clan and on the land known as whatever you call it, Algonquin territory, Iroquois territory. I know y'all not happy with the territory you had, but that is the one that's your birthright. Y'all got to get it together, because what you did, it wasn't just against Algonquins. And I hope Indians understand that. We're not trying to gang up on the Iroquois, just like we're not trying to be violent with the corporation. Not necessary. It shouldn't be necessary with Iroquois, but we are going to call you out, Iroquois. We're not looking for violence with you. But you got to get your shit together and decide. Really, there's no decision. If you are that dedicated to the cause of Britain, you just need to move there. Just like the quote unquote blacks who want to be in Africa, go. Ain't nobody stopping you. But do understand, Iroquois, what you did, it wasn't just against Algonquins. It was against every and anyone that we call black today. That's what you got to live with, Iroquois Confederacy. Again, this is not, ain't nobody trying to beat you up, down, or annihilate you from existence like you did to us. Because that's what you did. Your actions have virtually done that. Erased us from our landmass. Hmm. And then you're going to hear some Indians who may come across this video talking about, well, this is what the Algonquins did, and they did this, and they did that, and they did that. That's how I realize, that's how I'm starting to realize the agents that are out there on behalf of the Iroquois and the colonizer. Because instead of seeing this for what it is, an agent is going to say, well, look what the Algonquin did. Whatever the Algonquin did, it did not affect every Indian the way what the Iroquois did affected every Indian. And what if Algonquins did something off this landmass? They kept their shit out of the house. Like when a man decides to cheat, they can often still get some credit for not shitting in the household, not affecting the family, not getting them erased. Anyway, all those who wish to retain their birthright, gather together and begin operating your clans, your linguistic groups, even though none of us speak our language no more. I don't know how we're going to pull that one. But we know what we were now, right? Thanks to the linguistic map. Okay. Notify. Okay, so we're going to see if we need to highlight this. Ugh. Now, Anna wrote this a while ago. I do recall that she was against affidavits. So I don't know if this still applies, but she said living beings make declarations. Corporations make affidavits. Or, that's what I know she said. So whatever we call it, this is what she's prescribing for the foreigner to do to get back to their original citizenship, which was a state citizenship, STATE, not a United States citizenship. As I said, there's a huge difference. One is operating in the guidelines of the Constitution. The other is operating in a commercial international sea jurisdiction. So the United States citizen is operating in a sea jurisdiction. The state citizen is operating in accordance with the Constitution for the United States of America. So she's saying for them to notify the registrars. I think the Indians can do that as well, because they're assuming that we're in our counties and we're supposed to be part of them, but we got to tell them, no, I'm notifying you that I'm an American Indian, known in the Constitution as an Indian not taxed by status, and I'm establishing my tribal, or I'm sorry, we said we would try to see if we can come up with something different. We might need to use it for convenience here and there, but I really feel that we have to make it clear. It is not, we don't pay tribute to anybody, anyone, any farm. So we just have to maybe look up some etymology of tribe or something. Okay, so notify the registrars. I think that would apply to us as American Indians, because we got to let these systems know that we're here, right? But they know we're here and know that we're not under them. We're establishing our own, like the Anna is establishing the state assemblies. But these are the real assemblies, not the federal ones. These are by people, men and women, foreigners, immigrants, who are back in the land jurisdiction. So those are the real assemblies that each state was supposed to have. So we Indians, we're going to go by our linguistic area. We're reestablishing, thank you, ancestor, our linguistic lands and territories, if you want to call it that. I don't think it should, but. So we notify the registrars operating in the counties where we were born with a sworn, can we call it a testimony? Statement? Let's call it a statement. Sworn statement that you are above the age of 21 and are the rightful entitlement holder of your name in all capital letters. Yeah, we could do that because they did put our names in all capital. And we're going to call it our private property because we're American Indians. This was always our private property. This was always our land. So we might put a state slash private property, or we just might leave it as linguistic territory. Prior to colonization. And we're going to always remind them that the doctrine of discovery was denounced. Now we got to look and see what happened with dumb diversus, because I don't know if that was denounced. But it doesn't matter. Why doesn't it matter? Because American Indians have a status that we agreed to with the foreigner in the Constitution. Indians not taxed is a status. Okay. Yeah. To prove this, you will need at least 2 competent witnesses who know you and know your family and who can identify you in a photo included as part of the witness affidavit or witness statement, and verify your current address and at least the town address of where you were born. Typically, this will be an older friend or family member. I am the natural person, John William Wiley, a friend, a family friend and physician of the McCluskey family of Duluth, Minnesota, for the past 39 years. I was the attending physician when, or I am John Bruce Richards, older cousin of Lillian Diane Cooper. I was 19 when Lillian Diane was born. I have a complete recollection of her parents. So this might be a family member for a lot of our American Indians, maybe older family member who, you know, but we can also use our census, you know, for this part, I would say, because, well, the census along with a witness saying that, yes, those are our family members, you know, if we can. But there's got to be a way to do that, even if, you know, maybe you have this, you know, you don't have older family members. So for this step 2, Anna is prescribing 2 witnesses, but again, we got to work out how this would work out. I'm thinking that I do have older, I do. I don't know why I'm thinking I don't have older relatives. I do. But yeah, so I don't think we have to read all of that example, okay? We can go, your current address will have to be corrected. See, this is what we were talking about when we said making up our own address. Your address was created by the corporation. Therefore, they consider it theirs. But you're sovereign, so you have the power and lawful legal standing to name your address. You could call it, like in my case, I would use my first name, perhaps, Anthony's private property, Anthony's let me see, indigenous plot or something. You know, we work out the kinks, okay? Your current address will have to be corrected. Indians, this is a must. This is a must. This is a must. You are zip code exempt. Did you hear that, American Indian? This is, yes, it's big what we have to do, because the rewards are just as big or bigger. Sovereignty is for adults. Needing a parent corporation is for children. And their laws do refer to us as children, incapable of handling our affairs. They have this in their laws. I'm not going to even sit here and say which exact one, because you know what? Does not fucking apply to me. I know it's there. I've seen it before. It's extremely offensive for anyone who has half a brain or half dignity. Calling grown people children, incapable of handling their affairs. We really got to rethink this idea of being able to work with this entities. I swear. I swear on my grandmother. You got to think it over. And my nana don't mind, because she know I'm talking the truth. Thank you, Nan. Your current address will have to be correct. You are zip code exempt. Write out the whole state. Well, for Indians, we might write out the linguistic group we were part of, the land that it was, Algonquin territory. Write out the Algonquin territory. And if you have a post office box, change it to general post office box. Whatever number via a change of address card. So I guess every post box has a number. Indians can still, from what I understand, we can definitely still use the post office. That was, you know, in the original contract. But yes, it was. And the idea is this, Indians. This corporation needs to start thinking about working with us and not against us, so that they don't fall into the horrible conundrum of trying to genocide indigenous people, they call it. Well, we're going to make it clear. American Indians are those ilk of people that you don't want to come against us. Just work with us. Let's make this pleasant for everyone, as pleasant as a horrible situation can possibly be. We're all adults, right? Even though some of us like to call another of us as if we're children. Your current address will have to be corrected. You are zip code exempt. So what does that mean? All we got to do, American Indians, get together, find other Indians in your territory where you live, and get together, and you're gonna, you know, I think we should stick with the old linguistic names, like Algonquin, Miccosukee, Shawnee, Blackfoot. You know, we need to resurrect those, remind everyone who the hell we are. So let's keep those. Algonquin, let's see. Algonquin, for me, what would I would First Nation Algonquin territory area, Anthony property. And, you know, put my name, my whole name, whatever. But what we're going to focus on, American Indians, is the linguistic map and where we fall in that. We're going to go by that. At this point, I would say, to keep it simple, if we don't know what tribe we're from, just adopt the name of the linguistic area that you are currently in, for, you know, what we as Indians are going to do, no matter what our linguistic or tribal affiliations were, we're going to give each other a break, right? We're going to say, look, if you're in Algonquin territory, Algonquins are going to, because we are now in a, you know, basically it's an urgent matter for Indians to reclaim their sovereignty most expediently. And we want to make use of our the Indians that are in our direct vicinity. And they hope it would be in their best interest to just be an honorary you know, Algonquin, until you know better, right? Until we establish ourselves. Then if you want to go back to your original linguistic group, fine. That's your, you know, that's at this point, none of us really know our shit anyway. So let's not stress this, right? Well, I know that my people are Algonquin. I know that. Okay. I know that. Some of us know. But then there's a lot of us that don't. And so we got to make it easier for those Indians. They're already having trouble believing that they're Indians. Let's not make it any harder for them. Okay. But I'm telling you, once we get our shit popping, it's not going to be one Indian who's going to have a desire, or if they're in their right mind, or would have a desire to be in an inferior status. We're going to have access to everything. Our land, our wealth, we're going to get it back, from whoever has it. It's a big undertaking, y'all, but we got to think big. We got minds like Empress Holbert was calling for a meeting of minds, and she had a certain type of mind that she was calling, and that's perfect. That's exactly what we need. We need the ones who great thinkers, but who are dedicated to the American Indian cause. It's a dire situation for American Indians. We are the one people that don't exist on the world stage. We got representatives up the yin yang. Okay. Did I say that correctly? You know what I mean. The yang, whatever they call it. And so that means we're being misrepresented. Mongolians are representing us. The Moors are trying to represent us. The Hebrew Israelites is trying to represent us. The Nation of Islam is trying to all our traders just trying to be us, right? Meanwhile, we're getting the worst treatment, and they stand by. Yeah. So we're not going to write out state names or anything. We're not in states. This is our land. So we wouldn't do that part. We're going to go by the linguistic name of the land. Okay. And we'll iron out how we're going to work with the post office. I believe the post office was part of the Constitution. I know it was part of our original Constitution contract. But even if it wasn't, like, even if Indians were not party to it, and again, the United States Corporation is going to have to try to show its good faith. It's going to be like, we don't have that though. I know, but you're going to have to muster some up, okay? Because even in your jurisdiction, you say that it's wrong to try to genocide Indians. So why would you do it in our jurisdiction or under our jurisdiction? Why would you try to genocide us when even in your little sea jurisdiction that we better stay clear away from Indians, you say something about it's not right to genocide Indians, eliminate all forms of genocide. Well, we're gonna hold you to that platitude in our jurisdiction. So work with us. That's what they would have to do. We know that they don't really want to. We did shit we didn't want to do either, right? A lot of us that took the jab didn't want to. But this entity said we got to. And it fooled us. But this ain't tomfoolery. This is real. Why? Because we are Indians, not taxed, baby. That's a status, not an exemption. I feel like putting that on a t-shirt. Okay. So we're only at step 2. Heru, can we get this thing popping, please? Okay. These folks ain't trying to be entertained right now. Okay. Your current address? Well, okay, you done read this on your times. Okay, we get it. We get it. Okay. Change of address card. Well, I think we would have to use that too, because we're gonna let them know what we're calling our our private property. I think all Indians should call it private property of, and use your family name, perhaps. That's your address. Private property, private Indian not tax property of your name. Something to that effect. Okay. You will also need a long form birth certificate. Not American Indians. Yeah, that's, I'm getting a hard no. For some reason. We American Indians were not supposed to get birth certificates. You see, that is what pulled us into their system. Okay, that's what made us, own property. So we well, in this case, I think they're saying you got to take ownership of that document. What? Okay. Because we were not supposed to be in the state or federal system, what we American Indians would have to do is to void this document. So we would, I believe we would just send them a note to void any birth certificates of live birth. You just erase it from your system. It doesn't exist. It was not, these were documents that were not supposed to be made for American Indians. So just delete them. Delete them. Just as easily as you deleted Negro from the record, public record, or whatever. It's as easily as you deleted Indians not taxed from your mind. So American Indians will say something to all federal documents. Please note they should be destroyed. To keep them on record will be considered an act of genocide. That's what it is, y'all. That's what these documents lead to. How so? Well, think pandemic. Think you being told that you don't have a choice based on being a United States citizen that has all of these documents. So where did these documents lead to? We could go light. Experimental drugs. This is just as bad. Think Tuskegee. If you're not ready to face what the jab was about, then just think of it as experimental, which is something else that we were not supposed to be subject to. Any experimental shit, right? Especially when you're being forced. Now, if someone volunteers, that's completely different. But that's, in their, how they're gonna, that's the sad part about this, y'all. The saddest part about the whole, you better get this maneuver during the pandemic, after all of that pushing and duress, what do you call it? Pressure and duress. It's going to be said that you volunteered for this. Mark my words. Y'all know this already. You don't know this already. The devil could lead you to the brink of temptation. But the minute you do it, all of a sudden the devil disappears. That's a common image we see. I'm not saying I actually believe in a devil. I know Set is the negative thing, and he was not a devil. He just was the what should we call it? We could call him a supplanter, actually, a deceiver. That's what we could call it. Supplanter, deceiver. But I think supplanter is actually more fitting, really. But again, like the corporation acts just like that. It will make you, put you in a situation where you feel you don't have a choice. Yet, once you make the choice, it's all on you, boo. We didn't do nothing. You didn't have to do that just because we told you to. You could have stood up for your rights that you didn't know you had, because we don't dare say that Indian not taxed is a status indicating that we have no jurisdiction to tell you anything except maybe have a good day. And even that, I would take with a grain of salt, because I know you don't mean that. It's deep, y'all. It's yes, it's that deep. How long we been in this system fighting, y'all? I asked y'all this before. How long have we had issue with the entity that's occupying our land? Would that be ever since they came here? That would be a yes. We've never gotten a break. Never gotten a break. And what we thought were breaks, we found out it wasn't anything permanent, you know. So this part, I think we got to change this. What we're going to say is, consider all certifications and registrations and federal IDs can please null and void. We will send you a copy of what to look for that we create. I don't even know if we need to do that, but I'm just saying we create whatever we want. Whatever we have, it will not be under federal jurisdiction or state jurisdiction. It's our jurisdiction. And our jurisdiction is legitimate and to be respected. Why? Because we're the first people of America. This is our birthright. Nobody tells us what to do. We decide. And again, the vision of the ancestors spoke to me is that don't worry about the corporation. They will serve as long as there's foreigners here. But with all your people under your government, you're going to be the dominant factor on the land. You know, even in the midst of the genocide. That's ooh boy. That just ooh. I think that we're going to have monitors monitoring everything they do. I really peacefully. Now we're not, you know, because we just come out of how many years of oppression? We can't just trust automatically, right? Even though your jurisdiction is separate from ours, we got to watch you on our land. It's just the reality, y'all. And we have a right. We have a right to. It's called what happens on any other landmass. You don't just walk up in somebody's country and do you. You don't think they're going to be watching your ass? Because they have a right to. They don't know what you're going to do to their people or what you trying to do. So just like the corporation requires us to send minutes of our meetings, it's a new sheriff in town. We would like to see the minutes as well. You could send that copy to Algonquin Association of Investigation or something, whatever you want to call it. We have a right to know everything that's going on, and we have a right in how international. Now, as much as the United States will exist for the foreigner, even when they do act internationally, it will be known that that's not American Indians that do it, making these decisions. That's not, we didn't. So there has to be a distinction. This is a whole different dependent nation within our nation. Did y'all catch that one? I like that one. So yeah, that's a dependent nation on our land. What they depended on? All our damn resources. What the hell else? So what they do is not in our name. So hopefully they stop, well, I think Anna's kind of fixing that mess. I think she's already cleaning that house. I really do. I really think Anna's got a really good grip on this situation. She's already telling the world that we're not that the state nationals are not under the United States. That's what she's doing. Indians have to do the same thing. Okay, so in most states, you can just order the birth certificate. See, we're gonna go to the vital statistic and tell them to rip up those records. Take us out of your system. We're not to be counted, enumerated, taxed, whatever. So what we're going to do is demand that they get us out. And oh yeah, the phone track, all that phone tracking stuff, they're gonna have to deactivate that stuff with American Indians phones. Oh yeah, we have a right to privacy, y'all. All Americans do. Okay, and Anna's working on that part. Uh-oh, he's yawning. And he said he's gonna get through all these steps and he's still talking. Like with the side extraneous conversation. It's not really extraneous, but okay. In most states, you can just order the birth certificate, sent secretary authentication. Once you get the authenticated birth certificate, you never let it out of your hands again. I would say that this is necessary for foreigners because they have to show that they were born here. American Indians, our stance is that we've been here time immemorial. We don't have to show you that. You don't need, so that takes care of. So I think that's why Anna and the state nationals would need birth certificate, because that's really their proof that they're under state jurisdiction. Okay. You make copies of the blah, 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 for administrative use only in red on the face of these copies. Oh, you write that in red. So that's, again, they dealing with birth certificates. I think we could skip this part, but let's just read it. You make copies of the birth certificate and the authentication and write for administrative use only in red on the face of these copies. And then on the back, you write also in red, I certify as document holder that this is a true and correct copy of the birth certificate and authentication on file. Signed, upper and lowercase, all rights reserved, and sealed on the signature with your thumbprint, also in red. Copies of the self-certified, you certifying, that's what they're doing. I'm sorry, they are certifying self-certified, authenticated. See, that's something Indians are gonna do too, be able to do too, right? The witness affidavit signed before a public notary under a statement to the effect witnessed by notary does not change jurisdiction from the land. Okay, so that's stuff that they will do with the birth certificate. Ours are going to be erased, voided, destroyed. If we want to keep them, I don't know why we would really. I don't read, I mean, if we want to keep them, we just do what she said, right? If we feel we, want to keep a copy, I don't know, maybe maybe there'll be some agencies that would need it, but whatever the agency is, we just got to let them know that we're not a United States citizen. Please do not treat us like one. This is just so you have some kind of, what you need for your, but don't take it too seriously, because we're not a United States citizen. Okay, so it should be entered, and your own affidavit should be entered on the public record of the probate court in the country of your birth. Request certified copies of the public record created. No, I'm just not sure that this would apply to us. We'd have to get, again, like Empress Holbert called for, the more knowledgeable, to have a discussion. What do we need? We don't need birth certificate. That, again, the general idea is this state or federal, they should have never created any documents for us, is what I'm going to stick by when looking at this. If they need something from us, we will produce it and they will use it, in as much as we use them. And it will be legitimate. I still think we should have a lot of things that, that somewhere say Indian not taxed as a stat, just to let them know that this is why I'm not following any of your protocol, because I'm an Indian not taxed. I have a status and I'm not state or federal. See, all the entities that exist, they don't know about us. That's what the corporation did. It erased us. It was a paper genocide in every sense of the word. So we reintroducing ourselves to all the entities on the land. That's why it would be great if it was just more than one Indian. You know what I'm saying? Or more than one, So let's move to number 3, because I really think it shouldn't apply to us whatsoever, really. Once this process is completed, this is step 3, and your claim is received, posted on the public record of the probate court. See, we're not part of the courts. Do we need anything posted in their court? I think the state nationals need it. Why do they need it? It's as a public record, is they're saying. And you have your certified copy of the action. You are the recognized executor of your own estate trust. You really always were the lawful entitlement holder. The rats just got misunderstood on purpose in order to defraud you and control your assets. This entire landmass belongs to American Indians. The whole thing is ours. So I don't know if we need to have this kind of recognition, because our existence is based on this is our land, and they don't tell us what is and isn't our part of our state, because the whole thing is ours. This would have to be now the only way I could see this applying to us is if we're dealing with other Indians and we encroach on their linguistic land. But see, again, a lot of us don't even know our linguistic groups and all that. So we might need to chill with this part. In other words, the Fed and state system will already be on notice that all of this land belongs to Indians. You are just a what do we want to say? A sojourner on Indian land. The land belongs to Indians. Or any contracts that were made that said otherwise, they have to be voided. Or we have to start getting payment. Like you say that you want to occupy this piece of land. Well, you're on, for instance, Algonquin territory. So the whole clan of Indians, we just get payment, and it goes toward our social services for Indians. You pay us whatever you got that you're getting payment for, as if it's your land. That has to you collecting my rent, but you're not the rightful owner. You didn't make any contract with me. You took this without my consent. So it's like you owe me back rent, really. That's the reparation. They don't even want to talk this kind of talk, y'all. But we have to at least think it, because again, you don't have a case if you don't have a plaintiff. So we got to at least have what is due us. Have it as write it somewhere. And it will get resolved. Oops, what was that? Okay. But this is the basic language of where we are headed. No, it's not written in stone. We gotta write it. Now you are the executor of the estate. Well, we've always been. Of all this Indian land is naturally ours. I don't even know if we want to use that word executor. What it's ours. That just say we don't need your legalese. This is our birthright land. That's a higher authority than all of this stuff that they're talking about with estates. It's private property. But let's finish. And they have to do exactly what you tell them to do, and they cannot interfere whatsoever. That applies to us. They can no longer harass you or presume upon you or make false claims against you. No judge can act as an executor de son tort with regard to your assets. Well, that sounds very Indian to me. Okay, Indian. So these steps, again, they might not all apply to us, but we definitely can learn a thing or two when we go to make our steps. All of this done peacefully. We're not violent Indians. So again, the corporation need not fear that because we have a legal lawful birthright standing. We don't have to fight. Only colonizing entities really have to resort to violence because what they're doing is wrong. You see? Excuse me. That must be a word because I sneezed. When you have a legal footing, no war necessary. You're on the law is on your side. Providence is on your side. The ancestors are on your side. Number 5, you meanwhile have fully realized that there are 3 versions, of United States in play. So if she's saying 3, Indian best believe there's 4, because that would be you, and you would be number 1 of the 4. Okay? But let's see. You, meanwhile, have fully realized that there are 3 versions of United States in play. There's the continental land, for example, the continental United States, Ohio State, and there's the federal United States, C, for example, state of Ohio. You see the difference there? Ohio State, which is the continental United States. And then there's a federal C jurisdiction, state of Ohio. Okay, 2 different jurisdictions. But again, that's for the immigrants. They deal with states. American Indians are going to deal with linguistic birthright lands. And Algonquin, you have to have the mind of wanting your East Coast back. Okay? And again, as we said earlier, because the Iroquois did not fight a fair fight to take our land as Algonquins, you don't get to keep it. That's the way that goes. That was colonizer activity. You went and got a big bully with weapons and used against your brother. If you're not Jacob, baby, I don't know who is. Wanting something more than what you're supposed to get. that belongs to somebody else, your brother, no less. Mm, 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 mm. I just want to share this. I haven't validated it yet, but I'm getting whispers from the ancestors that Iroquois are let's just say the Algonquin uh were here before Iroquois were. Iroquois are some kind of break off from Algonquin. And what makes me say that, again, I haven't validated it, but the fact that we're both northeast woodland, some break took place, and I'm saying Algonquin was the first language before this Iroquois language. That's why so many more Indians spoke it. It was the more predominant language of the northeast woodland Indians. Something made Iroquois, I don't, that's the $1 billion question. But I guess it's something that they saw as a wrong committed, you know. And hey, I'm not gonna deny it. It might have really been something that would make them really not like Indians, any Indians. Again, all people who are called black are no longer Indian. So it's not just the Algonquin that got fucked over. Everyone today who is called Negro, colored, black, African American, I'm saying that the Iroquois has something to do with that. They are the ones that would have sided with Britain in the reclassification. They are the ones that, if they did speak up, would tell the world who we really are. But again, they got some kind of paid from Britain that is still going on to this day, where Britain and France or whoever, the Negropeans, broke all of our treaties. I bet they didn't break the ones with the Iroquois. Somebody is still getting paid to shut up and to keep us thinking we're black. I that's the only thing I can come up make of this. I don't know. I don't know. I just know that it almost seems like it seems airtight. It seems, wow. It's already 4. It's already 4 in the morning, y'all. I didn't realize it was so late. I could break my fast. Thank you. Yeah. Again, I would like to ask all Indians to dig deep and find compassion for the Iroquois. I will tell you like it is. But I will never be okay with dominating any person, group, entity. Well, I shouldn't say entity. It would be more in the realm of living men and women. I would not seek to dominate a smaller group. This is what made the Iroquois turn against all Indians, is what, again, that's what was coming from my heart. By unction of the ancestors. Evidently, the Iroquois felt dominated. So they had no problem turning the table. My hope is that Indians have learned from the horrors that we've been through to have some compassion on our own. I'm not talking about Negropeans, however. Somehow I don't advocate violence in any case, but I'm just saying this is only extended to Indians. First and foremost, it was asserted, I thought I heard someone say that the Iroquois are the Moors. Excuse me. Or something to that effect. That I guess I can't speak to that. If they are Moors, then I try to speak to it. All I would say is that that's European. That's Negropean. So you know, that's all I know about that. I hate to dredge this up, but I'm gonna make it quick. Those of us Indians who were banished to Europe and Africa were not to come back. It seems like a horrible thing, but the truth is they went so far against our traditions, our Tamarian traditions I'm talking about, because this would have been the era that this took place, when we were Tamarian. Again, it's the Akhenaten, you know, story. When they got banished, expelled, they were not to come back. That's how serious the breach was. If they found a way to come back and call themselves Iroquois, I'm sorry. This would not extend to you. Because that would be going against what the ancestors did to rid our land of the traitorism that got out of hand, shall we say. It got out of hand because you were denying the ancestors themselves. When you decided that you only want to worship one ancestor and then rename him and give him a whole new makeover and call him something else, when we know it was set. This is what the I don't want, it was considered unforgivable because the ancestors, that's your lifeblood right there. If you go against, if you deny your great ancestors, they will have to deny you, and it will not work well for you. So when those who became the Moors were expelled, it was because they were denying the ancestors. You don't, that's asking for a curse. Now, a lot of our Indians have done shit in ignorance. That is not the case here. These priests knew our ancestors very well. They knew our belief system. They willfully denied the ancestors. Us Indians today, we're doing it ignorantly. And some of the ignorance is deep. The indoctrination ain't no joke. That's different from doing it willfully. That is why, that is what got our ancient Tamarians expelled. They willfully disrespected the ancestors, and they paid a price. The price, they got expelled from, quote unquote, heaven. And they were never to come back. And then they went out and taught. When you read that Bible story of the quote unquote angels, they call themselves angels. We would have called them something else. But they became the angels that taught their offspring, their genetically altered offspring. They taught them all those things that we read that the angels taught men or mankind. That is what the Moors taught. They gave away all our secrets. Not that they were secrets, but they were definitely not supposed to be given to those who were not our people, and those who were not going to remain faithful to our people. The Moors just took it and spread around town, right? And used it against the very people who created them. The American so-called colored, Negro, black. So if the Iroquois are the Moors revamped and rebirthed, it's not looking good, y'all. It's not looking good for you, Iroquois. If that's who you are, you have some serious choices to make. Because if you are, you have to leave again. You've left 1,000 times over just in the betrayal alone. It wouldn't be so horrific for you to just physically leave. Your spirit is not here. Your heart is not here. You don't give a damn about other Indians, not just Algonquins. Again, this only applies if, in fact, the Iroquois are just the Moors in disguise, swearing that they're indigenous to America. Not after you betrayed the ancestors, you ain't. America is the ancestors. The ground you walk on is their body. If your body turns back to dust, the ground you walking on is the sacred ground of the ancestors. You don't belong here if you betrayed them willfully. It's not the end of the world if the Iroquois have to get expelled again. They you know, they can be king like they want to be somewhere else, but it's not going to be. You see, the whole system, it worked perfectly because after they oppress their own people, that's the incentive for them to come running to America. Once they're in America, then the Moors could bring they stank ass back over and create a different type of slavery on our landmass. So it's almost like a whole little irrigation system. Oppress them over in where they was born. Tell them of a dreamland in America where they can be all they can be. They come over here and it's just a different level of slavery. And then the Moors can sort of ease over back and become the corporation that made everybody slaves. Okay, number 5. So there's 3 versions of the United States in play. There's the continental United States. There's the federal United States. And the corporate United States known as the municipal United States, which also operates in the international jurisdiction of the sea. For example, the state of Ohio. Ah. Do y'all catch the subtle legalese style? I was about to say, you already said state of Ohio. Yeah, but that was upper and lowercase. Right. Which color we want to use? Here. Upper lowercase, And I think is that territorial? And this is municipal. So see, those are, let's highlight the other one. So you could see the three different jurisdictions. So the land soil is upper and lowercase. The federal, I believe that's territorial, state of Ohio is, I'm sorry, reversed. It's not Ohio state, but it's state of Ohio. So that's the federal. Then the corporate United States is also, that's okay. So this middle one is the territorial. She didn't say it, but if she's using municipal here for the last one, municipal United States, it operates in the international jurisdiction of the sea. Also is the state of Ohio in all caps. So all caps is municipal. Municipal is considered Vatican. Territorial is considered British monarchy. So I'm glad we get to see this written out. Those are the three jurisdictions that Indians are not part of, any of them. We're going to create our own Indians, but let's resurrect our linguistic group for the ancestors. That would do them just fine. To have our people recognize who they were, whatever territory whatever linguistic land you're on. We're going to resurrect that. This is going to be beautiful, American Indians. It's going to be what we've all, in our deepest soul, longed for. This is it, y'all. And it only gets better from there. It's just lovely. I mean, we should have laws that apply, to all Indians, but I guess, we might tweak them for each linguistic group. However, as we learn the different, whatever differences the different clans of Indians had, like, for example, the Algonquins spiritual system did not have a turtle. So that's how we will differ from another Indian clan. So they might have a system of that reflects their spiritual belief system. The Iroquois might want to get rid of the turtle too, because I think that's based on them in relation to the colonizer. I think their whole story, I think that was something based on their union with the colonizer, about growing bigger and bigger. They had a dream of being bigger so they could dominate. I'm just saying they might want to change that, or if they keep it, well, it's only going to be them using it, so we don't have to worry about that. And their turtle is going to be the only thing. The turtle going to get smaller. That's the only thing. He's going to say, well, the turtle realized it couldn't support itself, and then it got a little bit smaller and a little more manageable, and yeah. Then it went all the way down back to fish tank size, or a petri dish well, a little bigger. You know, a little thing that just for turtles. You know, just usually not as big as a fish tank. That whatever that thing is. And I have a little something that when I thought about it, it stunned me. And again, this is for the adults listening. You know, I'm not advocating violence, but I recalled an incident in my childhood that I'm not proud of. I was it was innocently done. I promise you. I was a curious little boy, and I think boys have a tendency to be by nature a little bit on a destructive side, you know. It's just the way boys are made, apparently. To have a yin, you have to have a yang, apparently. I'm not proud of this. Now, when I recount this story, I'm not looking for any kind of PETA situation. I was a child, and I own what I did because I was a child. But when I played it back in my awakened state, the implications blew me the fuck away. So the story is, when I was a child, my parents bought me a pet turtle. Yo, buckle your seatbelts. A cousin of mine happened to be there visiting. We were about no more than 4 or 5 years old. I don't know what came over me, but I suddenly had a curiosity to, again, it's not something I'm proud of, but this awakening, it put it in some kind of, I don't know, a context. But oh, I don't even know how to say it. I became uh possessed with a desire to test the hardness of a turtle's shell, or the strength of a turtle's shell. I had, again, my pet turtle, innocent animal. So, you know, I'm not proud of what I did. It was just the mind of a child, and particularly a boy, you know, a male child. And I had this idea to apply pressure to the turtle's shell. I used my hand, I used my thumb, if I remember correctly, and I bore down on this turtle's shell. I didn't know what would happen, but curiosity of a little boy who has, you know, some destructive tendencies, but didn't realize that it would be this destructive. When I tell you that shell broke, and I Did not realize it would kill my pet turtle. It was just one of those things. It wasn't intentional because I had no idea what would happen. It was risk taking for in as much as a child knows what that means. But I guess it it I guess it shocked me. I didn't realize a turtle shell is not made out of titanium or metal or and I just couldn't. I was shocked as a little kid. It, it, I I didn't mean to kill the turtle, but as a result of it, of what I did, he he couldn't survive. That was, you know, his body was under that shell. It was supposed to protect him. Uh, and I guess you never a kid doesn't think of how the physiology of a turtle. Maybe I thought he would come out. If can they come out of the shell? I don't think they can, but that's as an adult. As a kid, I didn't know. I just did it, and it wasn't the nicest thing, or the nicest thing to recount. But again, as an awakened Indian, I think it was a foretelling of something. I think it was supposed to be what it has become today. It's the ending of a misconception regarding Turtle Island. I recount it not because I promote killing turtles. No, that's far from it. I was a child. Children do things, particularly boys. But for me now, it takes a whole new dimension that is actually redeemable. Like, for instance, I if it was an isolated thing and it didn't come up again in my life with this idea of Turtle Island, it might be in my mind unredeemable act. Yes, I was a child, but the act itself it's an act of violence, although it was unintentional violence. It was at least trauma for a turtle to I don't know if it was like maybe it was a young turtle and this shell wasn't as hard. I don't know, but he was instantly dead, man. But again, as an adult now, it's almost as if the ancestors were preparing me in some ritualistic way, you know, to crack this myth. Well, it is a myth, but to crack it in a way where no, never say that all Indians believe that this landmass is called Turtle Island. It's just not true. And I'm just saying, I look back on that incident from my childhood, and I think it kind of foretold this awakening and what I would learn in this awakening, what I would share in this awakening. Do not go and kill no turtles. I just told you what happens if you press on a shell too hard. Please don't do this at home. I was no more than 5 fucking years old, so I'm already forgiven, you know. Yeah. So that's that. Just something that I wasn't even sure I'd share it, but I know you're saying, you know what? We did not tune in to hear about your homicidal ways at psycho child. Okay, we that's not what we here for. Thank you for sharing, but no thank you. And that's terrible what you did. I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I even apologize to the report Confederacy. I done broke your world. I'm sorry. I done put a crack on your in your island. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But is y'all sorry for what y'all did to me? I don't think so. Okay. But anyway, let's move on. I don't know why I brought that up. Terrible. I didn't want. Oh, I just the actual nation is the state which holds land jurisdiction. All others are corporations, inchoate states that exist on paper only. Oh, I love Anna sometimes, man. She be breaking this shit down. Let's read that again. So we learned that there's 3 versions of the United States, but there's going to be a new kid on the block called the American Indian, not taxed. So now gonna be 4. And none of this stuff that we're reading applies to us because we're going to create it. You know, and I think we'll have to remember that this is all of our American Indians. This is all our birthright. So in other words, we are not going to treat each other worse than the corporation did. I think that should be just set in stone in our minds. We're going to look to and also we're not going to, you know, in other words, it's not going to be like a religious nation that, oh, you broke a Bible law and now you got to be put to death or something. No, that's colonizer. We're not mimicking the colonizer. Okay. If we do have some kind of capital punishment, it will have to be for the most serious offenses, if at all, is what I would hope. So yeah, that's just something that, you know, we don't want to model it after a colonizing religion. I'll just say it that way. and we don't want to do worse than what they have done to us, to each other. So we're definitely not going to have these off the chain sentences, where we get more time than anyone else. So we really have a lot to think about, because we must remember that the main reason why our people were unjustly sentenced had nothing to do with being a criminal, really. It had to do with being an American Indian. So that's why I think we really need to think seriously about crime and punishment, because we have to find that thin line between being like the colonizer and being fair. So that's why it's going to take a special brand of Indians to run our shit. We're not having the gangbanger mentality. We're going to need to find the most compassionate Indians that exist. People who have a love for our people, and a regard for what we've been through. And we're not going to do it to other people either. We're not, we can't turn around and treat the foreigner like we did not want to be treated. I mean, that's just the karma of it all, like, you just don't want to mimic the colonizer. You just, and you don't. We're just gonna have to really think all of this through. The actual nation is the state, not the United States, but the state, which holds land jurisdiction. All, she said, all, not some. All the others are corporations. Those 2 out of those 3 we looked at are corporations. And I would, yeah. They are inchoate states that exist on paper only, and which, as federal states, have no authority on the land. See, Indians have to get used to this thing that was so powerful, like being almost like a little turtle. No, we don't advocate violence against turtles and stuff. But this thing that you thought was like the big I am, you got to learn to see that. Look at it like the Wiz or the Wizard in the Wizard of Oz. You really seriously use that imagery when you're thinking of the feds. Okay, that is actually very accurate, because what it is a little thing with not much power except what we gave it, who has exaggerated itself into this big, fearsome, I'm gonna get you sucker entity with a big ass head and smoke and mirrors, looking rather ghostly, like a big spook scaring all of us into jabs and all that shit and paying taxes. You got to, the imagery we're going to need Indians to have. I'm very serious. You got to look at it just like as if it was the Wizard of Oz. And what that thing actually was, without all the deception. What was it? Just a regular old man who was actually afraid of being found out. That's what this corporation is, y'all. And a lot of it, you know how corporations run. Most of you Indians should know. How is it? The people that are working don't know what their own corporation is up to. That's another thing we got to realize about this entity. People are just doing what they are told. Don't ask questions, just do it. This is how it's always been done. And if you want to work here, you better do it. So we can't carte blanche just look at the government as it's all evil. Although I've said some shit about it. Yes, I have. But the truth of the matter is, a lot of it is ignorance. And there's very few who know exactly what time it is. And those would be way at the top. So high at the top that they are looking quite black. Because they are. They are black. So-called black. That's how high up you gotta go to know who's in the know. So again, we don't necessarily have to have a whole like negative, like this large negative thing, because a lot of those people have no clue about the law or anything that's the plans of this entity. It's just that they're in it so long and been so conditioned that they just don't even ask questions, you know. Just get that big paycheck and all them benefits and be happy that you did. And do what we say. But again, I'm saying this because we have to learn that as federal states, they have no authority, fed or state, have no authority on the land except that which directly pertains to their own federal citizens, federal civilian and military employees. Those are the citizens. Oh, Africa. Oh, well, see, this is where we have to disagree, not because we want to, because it's facts. It's not that we're choosing, you know, we you know, coming against Anna. It's just that we know that this, we're gonna make this a different color. We know that there is no such thing. Let's do this right. Okay, let's do this. We're not drawing. This is not us, y'all. So we are not under federal, right? We're the First Nation American Indians. We are not African Americans. So but Anna's saying that like the military, the federal civilian, people working, you know, civil servants, military employees, those born in DC, ooh, Lord, that is a bad situation if you're born there, I guess, because that's not a state. Ooh, Lord. Guam, etc., welfare recipients, and political asylum seekers, or actual federal property like docks, customs houses, arsenals, etc., that have been officially granted to the federal union. So they only have authority over that which pertains directly to their own federal citizens, which are federal civilian. Let's highlight that in this color. Federal civilian and military employees, all of those. That's what, in their system, because it's not ours, that's what the federal government has authority over. But again, see, this is why we don't want to be African Americans. They made us the first slaves, but then the reason why Anna is here is because she's getting the white Americans and the immigrants. But oh boy, I don't know why she says that. Well, I guess she's talking about real Africans, that's what it is. But so she's having to take herself out of being under the authority of this federal system, but she's saying that those who belong under it would be those that we just highlighted in pink and red. Okay. Standing as the lawful, let's see, what's the time? Should we break this in half, yo? I know you're gonna be mad at me. I'm sorry. There's just so much to say. I don't want to make it too long of a video, and it's already over 2.5 hours. I wonder if we do 6 and we pick up the next 6. Should we do it that way? Because I know this is a long video, but I also did say I would do the whole damn thing, and I should. Let's see. I'll try to leave the comments to a minimum, but I do feel like I need to comment. You know what I'm saying? I could do a straight read and then comment in another video, but I really like to keep it fresh. In time, in the moment. So I think I do want to finish this. Pray for me, pray to the ancestors. Standing as the lawful entitlement holder and as an American state citizen on the land jurisdiction of the continental United States, you are empowered to serve as a juror of the continental United States, so long as you are not a member of the Bar Association and have attained the age of 21. Now, see, this is again in their system. We're not part of this system. We could, and we should, have our version of a court system. Okay. So, if you meet the other requirements, age, education, etc., that were established for public offices of the land-based state prior to 1860, or meet those requirements adopted by the local citizens of the county now, you may operate as a judge, sheriff, grand juror, coroner, or in any office of the state on the land or the county or the township, so long as you are not a member of the Bar Association. So this is just one of those things where it just doesn't apply to us. Again, we could take the model, but all that stuff, the qualifications and all of that, and blah blah blah. We got to make our own qualifications. We do want you to have some education. Okay, we do. That will be. But hey, we might just want somebody who we just feel is right for the job. We might do it like that. We'll have our own vetting. Uh, I think we should keep a Republican style in our system. And what is a Republican style government? It's not this republic. It's the Indians' version of the republic. What is a republic? The republic says that each Indian still has individual sovereignty and individual rights that are not to be touched. And so he can elect to, as long as he's not committing a criminal act against anyone, he doesn't have to go by what the crowd is going by. In a democracy, it's the mob rule type of situation. It's a numbers game. In other words, if 50%, I'm sorry, if more than 50% rules a certain way, then everybody has to go with it and da 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 da. I think a republic style government, I think that actually should be what we use. In other words, it's not going to be, oh, you were overruled, so your rights will be infringed upon. We have to establish some basic rights that are never to be infringed on. You see? I mean, we do have the model of the corporation to some, that we could use to some degree. But again, it is based on a religion that has not really lived up to its own tenets. So we don't want, we just gotta be mindful. How about that? Be mindful. Be mindful, But yeah, this is good because it's just telling us what we have to do as our own nation of American Indians, First Nation American Indians. Excuse me. We have superior rights over the states and the federal, and even the state national, because they're all on our landmass. I do think America should offer a place of sovereignty for foreign. But it has to always be understood that if, say, for instance, Indians decide that some people, we just don't want them here, they did something and we want to deport them, I think an Indian should have that right, because that's what other nations do. If we really don't want you here, you have to be willing to go back home. I mean, this is not a free-for-all. This land actually belongs to somebody's called American Indians. So you don't get to just do you, especially when you got a homeland. So this is the thing that I think we really got to get clear with. Indians can't run and be somewhere else and have life, lovely life, right? In other words, as if it's their country. But that's what the foreigner is doing. They have two places to live, since America does offer this sort of like a sanctuary, or was supposed to be sort of. by design of the colonizer. But everybody now has the idea that no, America's somewhere. See, that's what colonization did. It gave people a flawed idea of what America is. It's like they kept referring it to as a new world, like, oh, everybody come see the new thing. No, you're in my living room. This ain't no new land, and you in my house. Now, if you want to stay, I got house rules above and beyond any state or federal entity. We got to stop. We got to learn how to not be dominated by corporate entities, because that's who's doing this. Well, let's say nobility hiding in corporate entities. So number 6, that's more we got to develop our stuff. That's Indians still need to develop. Work in progress. Be aware, number 7. Be aware that the Titles of Nobility Amendment ratified prior to the Civil War and incorporated into the actual equity contract known as the Constitution for the United States of America is still in effect. So this is, I think Indians, if Indians are nobility, or, I don't know if how does this work? That's another work in progress, because at this point there's no American Indian nobility, right? Any functional ones that all of us are slaves in this system. I'm talking about specifically so-called blacks. On this landmass, there is no black person is a monarch, right? So we don't, at this point, we don't know of any noble American Indians, I would say. So we might as well stay, I guess, in that vein. I don't know if a chief should be considered nobility. I want to say that it seems to be nobility is mostly a patriarchy. I don't know why I feel that way. Yeah. Because the way I've seen it play out, it's a patriarchal type of nobility. Even though we had queens or whatever, the driving force, the colonizing force, is patriarchal in nature, because it has something to do with males getting birthrights through impregnating indigenous female. So to me, nobility in its colonizing capacity is about a patriarchy going out and creating heirs. So we gotta work that one out. I don't think we're used to, at this point, even having nobles, and again, that involves paying tribute, to and that kind of thing. I mean, we should have some kind of social welfare thing for Indians, but again, it's not going to be this carte blanche, you gotta pay this and you better or else. No. 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 We just want to steer clear of things that were used as an abuse of Indians and an abuse of power. So what's she saying here? So it's still in effect, the titles of nobility in their system. All these courts you see and all these judges operating them are operating in a purely private capacity as corporate administrative tribunals and as military tribunals. The proof of this is plain to see. All state statutes they use are privately copyrighted and so are not public documents. Woo, another learning curve. That's why we're not under state statutes, y'all, or federal ones. They are copyrighted. We didn't make them. Somebody owns them. If we made them, they would be public documents. That's why it always baffles me when you go to look up a case and you have to pay to look up a case. This is in regular legal system that as it exists now. You can't just get it. It's like every case, no matter what jurisdiction it is, if it were real, everybody should be able to have access to it. But in this system, they actually make you pay to read cases. But if these were operating in public, not private, there would be no paying to read a damn case. But that's the proof that it's private. For profit, you know, not public service. The flags in their courtrooms are all executive flags of the commander-in-chief. They are operating in special admiralty, the admiralty flag with the yellow fringe, and falsely presuming that you are an enemy combatant. I'm sorry. So they're presuming as soon as you walk in that you're an enemy combatant or a POW, prisoner of war, etc. Instead of recognizing that you are a sovereign, I want to say. Once you put this nonsense to rest by reclaiming your private property for Indians from the probate court, so maybe we do have to notify them, they face court-martial and death penalty criminal charges if they continue to take such actions against you. Number 8, as a lawful citizenry of the continental United States, you each have more civil authority in your little finger than the entire federal government. That is all the more true for American Indians. You hold plenary jurisdiction over the land. Well, wait a minute now. Not over the Indians, however. I just think, and this is not against Anna. This woman is fighting the good fight, and she's teaching this Indian everything. Okay, I mean, I'm picking up stuff everywhere, but Anna has been like, oh, I don't even know how to describe it. the lion's share of this knowledge. So this is not against Anna, but I do think, how do I say it? I'll just put you this way. All foreigners in an Indian construct should be subject to deportation for any thing that an American Indian sees as against, you know, our country. I'm just saying it. I'm not saying that this applies to Anna. I'm just saying in general. Anna, I just feel she kind of has an honorary position. I think the ancestors are telling me that this is a special woman. That she would be granted some kind of, what do they call it, like a permanent, what is it that people get when they have a special kind of citizenship? Undeportable, you know, like just somewhere we as Indians might want to honor someone who is so fundamental in our awakening that she literally is the only voice that I trust because her knowledge is so it's broad, you know. It's almost like she would be made an honorary chief is what I want to say. And that means anyone that she finds favor with, the Indians would also find favor. There's some people that they just get that, you know what I'm saying? An honorable position, an asset to our nation. I would say I would elect Anna to take care of foreigners in our land. And I know that she seems like the type of woman that once she gets the truth, she's totally willing to meet with you, discuss issues. But see, it would still be that she'd have a footing that we give her that is, she just gets some kind, what do you call it? Sanctuary, you know? I mean, like a permanent type of thing where we trust her to handle the fairly, to handle the foreigner fairly, you know, and while understanding our laws. I just think she would really, I think that would be a way to deal with people like Anna. Chief Powhatan was trying to give that to John Ross. He was trying to work with him. So it would be in my chief, Powhatan, would have dealt this way with Anna, and she would have been the worthy one. Whereas the one he tried to give it to turned out to be of that patriarchy nature. Yes, Chief Powhatan would evidently was the chief, the high chief of all Northeast Woodland Algonquin. Okay, that's why they dealt with him, is what I have to conclude. That's why they had to deal with him, but they betrayed him. He did not. Chief Powhatan did not even bow down for them to put a crown on his fucking head. Honor to the ancestor, Powhatan. So far, what I know, I'm liking what I'm hearing. I'm liking what I'm reading. And he, again, this is what he was offering John Roth, or Ross, is it Ross? Roth. But that's not what John was here for. Whoever the one that married his daughter, I believe that's who it was. He was trying to look out for them. And so I think as an Algonquin, I should mimic that with Anna, in as much as I have that authority as an American Indian of the Algonquin linguistic and territorial, group. Okay, so once you put this nonsense to rest by reclaiming your private property from the probate court, they face court-martial and death penalty, criminal charges, if they continue to take such actions against you. Number 8, as a lawful citizenry of the continental United States, yes, you have more civil authority in your little finger than the entire federal government. You hold plenary jurisdiction over the land and its assets. Oh, baby. And I thank you for saying that, because this is what I'm trying to get our Indians to understand. Now, we have a foreigner, Anna, who just said it. How much more does that go for us Indians? If you need a white person to say it there, they just said it. So now you should know what kind of power you have with our assets. So in other words, the part of land that the Indians give you, yes, you can make use of it. But just like the corporation did, they always held supreme authority that was not theirs to have. I'm just saying Indians retain supreme authority. They do. So, yeah. Any attempts to boss you around while you are standing on state land or on your own property is a breach of jurisdiction. Indians, take note of that as well. Now, this whole thing is yours. So any attempt to boss you around while you are standing on state land or on your property, well, we're not going to call it state land because it's our ancestral land, is a breach of jurisdiction. Any crime committed on federal property is, of course, another matter. I really don't think that the federal should have property at this point. It's this system. See, well, no. As of late, Anna is, now this was written in 2015. As of late, I can promise you, Anna's latest rhetoric is how much of these federal services do we really need and what needs to be dissolved. So she is not acting as if federal property is this federal. No, her new thing is, well, do we still need you is the real question, or any of your services. So I can qualify at number 8. I promise you that that's what the lady said, and I love her for it. So if you engage in actual international commerce, the federals have something to say about it. But most Americans are only engaged in peaceful trade among other organic states of the Union. Now we got to make this apply to Indians. You see? We're not part of the organic states either. We can't be part of it, Indians, and be sovereign at the same time, if you understand what I'm saying. That's why we can't be part of the states. If we want to make, she's telling you what their system is. We have to make our own system. The federal union may only promote and regulate trade among the states so as to encourage and expedite such trade. They are not allowed to restrict our internal trade. Indians, take note. The feds cannot interfere with our internal trade. But for Indians, this might also extend into international trade. I don't think we should have, well, no, yeah. They broke trust with American Indians by everything, reclassifying us. That was the biggest trust breaker you could possibly commit. So once we get on our standing and our footing, I think we have to let the feds know that if we use them at all, it's going to be a very limited capacity, extremely limited. Because the idea is we don't trust you. You still trying to genocide us. How in the hell should we trust you with our trade? And why would you want us to prosper when you're trying to get rid of us? That's what Indians have to ask themselves. So I think it's very feasible and practical that we not have this entity regulate even our international trade. Okay. So let's move on to number 9. Start reading the Constitution for, she said, for, not of, for the United States of America. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, we only mentioned 3 times, but maybe we just need to focus on those 3. In as much as we need to know how their system works, yes, we should know the Constitution, because we're gonna actually have to appoint people, Indians, to oversee these operations of the foreign entities that are still on the land. Again, Indians, our goal is to get all American Indians into our system, because that's going to help us to establish a greater manpower, you know, in terms of more of our people will have an authoritative voice, as opposed to our people who are still slaves. So we need them to not be slaves anymore, so that we can collectively be the dominant voice on our land that we are supposed to be. So I'll say that again. We want as many of our American Indians as possible to join our newly formed American Indian not taxed status on the land. I don't know what we're going to call it, but that's what it actually is. So we can call it something. I think it somehow honor the ancestors in our namesake, maybe Well, I don't know. We could have ideas, and some you could put them in the comment section. But maybe we should come up with a few, Okay, so the real Constitution, okay, the actual Constitution, not the corporate fake called Constitution of, there's 1-4, which is the land soil, and then there's the fake one she calls fake Constitution of the United States of America. The real Constitution is very brief, 10 articles and 3 amendments. Oh yeah, this is what I'm glad I read this. I'm glad I read this. Anything past the 3rd Amendment is not even constitutional, baby. Because when they made this Constitution that she's talking about, you had the full Congress, not just the North. You had the South. Once Lincoln broke off and created a new United States that was not United States of America, but just the United States, that's when these other amendments started to come, is what my understanding is, unless we read otherwise. But that's what I think she's basing what she's saying right now. The real Constitution is very brief. 10 articles and 3 amendments. What does that mean? No 14th Amendment, baby. No slave maker. In the original Constitution for the United States of America. Oh, I'm so glad I read this. I'm so glad I read this. Because I didn't know which amendments. I knew that the first Constitution had a smaller number of amendments. I thought it was number 4. I thought after 4, but she's saying after 3. 10 articles, only 10 articles and 3 amendments, not up to 14 or over 14, but 3, only 3. And after that, number 4, the 4th Amendment, the 5th Amendment, the 6th Amendment, the 7th Amendment, the 8th Amendment, the 9th Amendment, the 10th Amendment, the 11th Amendment, the 12th Amendment, the 13th Amendment. Oh, yeah, that's another one, the 13th Amendment. The 14th Amendment, the 15th Amendment, the 16th Amendment. None of them are in the original, baby. How could this happen and we don't even know it? There's a huge difference. This document is the only treaty and equity contract tying us to the British-controlled federal United States. When I tell you that we have to stick to the contract, the original contract only. There, she just reiterated that to us. This number 9, I don't know why I'm feeling like this is profound. In the first Constitution, again, we would have never been treated like we were because there was no 14th Amendment that made us United States citizens and made it where we couldn't question the debt. So in the first Constitution, we could only be Indians, not taxed. In the other 2 constitutions, now we're talking about 14th Amendment, civil rights, debt slaves. That's why you always hear me talking about the original Constitution, 1787. That's the only one that American Indians are truly party to, but we're not really party. We just mentioned, but that's the contract. that we are Indians not taxed, not enumerated. This is what we stand on, American Indians. This is the footing for us to create our own government. And we won't be what do they call it? A domestic dependent nation. We are the first nation of the Americas. This document is the only treaty and equity contract tying us to the British-controlled federal United States. But actually, in the case of the Indians, no, we're not tied to it because we're not part of it. I'm sorry, I might have said that wrong before. But again, it's the one where it doesn't confuse the issue. So it is still very valuable to American Indians because there's no 14th Amendment for them to constantly trying to say that that's what we are. No, we're not. The federal government had no right to issue birth certificates to us. It had no right to send people to our private property to sign up for a federal census. It had no right. It only had it once it fooled us. That was an act of press ganging, inland piracy. And for that, I do think we are owed pain and suffering penalty. Besides our land, we lost everything. And we got Indians talking about, like, not just Indians, but just the whole world. It's like, what? They act like there's nothing they can give us to compensate. That it would be too much. Well, start with the land. The land didn't go nowhere. How do you do it? You recognize that this is not federal property or state property. It is only the ancestral land of American Indians. Therefore, you can start by paying rent. That means we now collect from the state and the federal. Hallelujah. I don't like saying those kind of praise words because I don't know what the hell that means. But I'm just saying out of force of habit. And I don't say it, but in as much as they are here, the state and federal, we should be collected. Instead of them collecting taxes from us, we need to be collecting taxes from them. But it's not taxes. Basically, it's land usage. It's use of our land for your corporations and your buildings, whatever, especially when it's in our all on Algonquin territory, or so they got to pay something. I'm sorry, they've been dodging paying us for so long, as if we don't know what to do, how to pay you, what to do. Oh, there's so many ways. Again, starting with the land. It all begins with the land. How about start paying for being on our land and using our land? And how about penalizing you for generations? How many generations of our ancestors were taxed when they were Indian not taxed? Somebody add up those numbers. Or it's ballpark it. How about that? Something has got to give. They got us Indians so programmed that I hear us saying that, no, we don't want no reparate. What, huh? It's not a matter of what we want. It's what's due us. You got to start thinking like that. It ain't no fucking handout. But we got to stop this idea that nothing is owed. In any of their courts, something would be owed, particularly the civil courts. That's all about money. They find ways to get paid. Why are we not looking to get paid for all of the shit we've been through that was actually not just civil, but criminal? The United Colonies still hold the complete and plenary jurisdiction and extends it to every state formed, whether on land or the sea, corporate. 10. Oh my gosh, we actually made it through. 3 more to go. Then I'm going to close this video out because I know it's long, but it was worth every second. Number 10. She put an asterisk here. So these last 3 or these 2 have asterisks. We're going to find out what that means, I guess. Well, no, yeah, she put it. Bear in mind that the land jurisdiction includes all actual material associated with the land. This is another thing Indians got to get real with. Soil, plants, minerals, people, building, animals. Oh boy. All land assets, and you have plenary jurisdiction on the land of the nation states. You see, Indians, that's where we might slightly bump heads with Anna, but let's consider it a working out of minor misunderstanding or misrepresentation, I want to say. It is not Anna's job. Let's just say this on her behalf. It is not Anna's job to fight the Indians' battles. If there, for some reason, she's looking biased, just keep that in mind. Keep it in mind. We have to take whatever we can get when it comes to knowledge about the system we're in. Legally, and I believe even lawfully, Anna cannot restore our sovereignty. Why? Because that is a job for us as if someone else does it. If we haven't learned anything from this whole endeavor, if someone else creates it, it belongs to them. If Anna was to lay out every detail of our Indian sovereignty, she would be our authority. She would have like a jurisdiction over Indians. I'm trying to say, thank God, thank the ancestors that Anna is here, because without her, I would have no fucking clue of how to go about our sovereignty. And the hand to God. Yet the ancestors are so smart. They know that she can't do it for us, so she's not allowed to. She's not going to give us every word that we need. But the ancestors, in their wisdom, found a real soldier in this woman. But they can't make her the woman for American Indians. I've tried so hard to get people to pick up what Anna was doing. But we're doing it the best way we can. Okay. I mean, I'm talking about Indians. I was hoping that one of ours, or some of ours even, would say, ah, that's the roadmap. But again, we take what the ancestors give, and the ancestors are saying, how about you take a shot at it? How about you take a stab at it? And so that's what I'm attempting to do. But again, all thanks to the ancestors for putting this woman in my path. Ask and you shall receive is the message that I've been getting during this awakening. I have not always been conscientious that that is what's happening, but I can say of clear conscience right now that that is what Anna is. I asked, the ancestors provided. I was flying the ancestors for sovereignty. It's not that they don't want to give it. They want to make for damn sure you want it before they give it. Because if you don't, you're not going to take it. We have 2 more to go. I'm very happy to have been a voice in this. But again, all credit, all honor to the ancestors. The American Indian family at large, but particularly my Algonquin ancestors, Chief Powhatan. From what I know of him, it was a man that I would have found to honor or worthy of honor. So let's get this thing done. Bear in mind, American Indian, that the land jurisdiction includes all actual material associated with the land soil, plants. I don't know how people factor into that. But okay, let's just go with it. Soil. Okay, I get it. Because the people of the land, right? Okay. Soil, plants, minerals. We're not of the sea, in other words. Okay. We're in a land jurisdiction, so we are of the land. We should have never been pulled into a commercial entity, because there our land rights disappear and they are pirated by that same commercial entity that took you off the land. Now they coming to take your property. Soil, plants, minerals, people, buildings, animals, all land assets, and you have plenary jurisdiction on the land of the nation states. Well, you know, American Indians, we are the linguistic territories of the land. The federal United States has plenary jurisdiction on the high seas and inland waterways. Not over Indians, they don't. Not over Indians, they don't. And inland waterways, and otherwise has only the right to speak to its own federal citizens who are residing on the land. So again, we saw what their citizens were. It's like military, what does she say? Oh, African Americans, but the real ones, not American Indians. But the truth is, would Africa allow for their people to be property of the federal, or what I'm saying? Why is it African Americans and not any other foreigners listed there? You know what I'm saying? So this African American thing is such a misnomer that now that I think about it, if a country in Africa saw that, wouldn't they be able to have an action? Excuse me. Choking on wouldn't they be able to have an action against this corporation for naming only African Americans as being like property of the federal? Wouldn't that be problematic to Africa? No, because we ain't African. But I'm just saying, wouldn't it be in real life, if that were true, wouldn't someone in Africa be able to say something? That's how pseudo the term African American is. That they could say that, that African Americans are under the federal. What? How? What? How? Why would you even say that? It's almost like an affront to the nation that the people came from, to say, oh, that's almost like saying all Germans are like the property of the. Wouldn't Germany be like, wait, pardon? What? Say what now? That's how we get Pan-Africans to get real and understand that if a nation is raking your ass over the coals and you don't have a country backing you, why isn't Africa backing you, Pan-Africans? I say it all the time. The idea is we so helpless. We got the rock and the poverty. Look, Africa will never look like a wealthy country because their whole scheme is we are helpless. We can't help African Americans. Whatever that government do to you, they more powerful than us. And we the least powerful on the planet. Sorry that you have to get your ass whooped by the United States corporation. We're so sorry. But just keep sending us the proceeds of your land and the money and the food. Thank you. But oh, we're so sorry that's happening to you. This corn is delicious, though. You Pan-Africanists gots to be the most ignorant niggas on the face of the fucking planet. You settle for shit. You don't have any expectation that you are owed anything. All you want to do is be Africa's bitch, and she never got to give you shit. I'm sorry for using profanity. I can't with these Pan-Africanists. I just cannot anymore. They so funky and foul because they don't put their money where their mouth is. How you gonna call on Africa while you sucking off America's tits? Man up for your Africa. Stop sucking on the tit this long. Defend your mother if she's your mother. But as we just should realize, she can't defend you. And she ain't even trying to, so don't worry about that. I'm sorry, I gotta scroll up again, because we're gonna read this, but this is for the Pan-Africans. The actual nation is the state which holds land jurisdiction. All the others are corporations, inchoate states that exist on paper only, and which, as federal states, have no authority on the land except that which directly pertains to their own federal citizens. Why in other words, why, what Pan-Africans got to ask, why only is African Americans considered federal citizens and no other people, like Asian Americans that got the anti-Asian hate bill? So this federal Pan-Africans, this federal system, well, we know what they do, but why isn't Africa saying, hold up, wait a minute, she too poor to do that? Yet the Pope is bowing down, kissing some of their feet. Can you Pan-Africans explain that shit? Why there's some powerful African over there, because the Pope is bowing down to that, but he can't do shit for your African ass. That one that's getting his foot kissed by the Pope, he got some kind of power. The Pope that made the doctrine of discovery is bowing down to him right there. That should be a wake-up call. But Pan-Africans continue to live in la-la land. Black power. I don't know how stupid they sound. So what Pan-Africans have to wonder is, why would African or Africa not do anything when only African Americans are falling as this group that are specially owned and operated by the federal corporation. Right up there with welfare recipients, political asylum seekers, civil servants, basically. But why no other foreign groups? Just African Americans? That's what shows the pseudoness of that term. African Americans ain't nothing but reclassified Indians. And why only Indians? Because those are the ones that have the highest authority, so they have to be called to the lowest. So they never take their land back. Now let's get back down to business. Okay. The federal United States has plenary jurisdiction on the high seas and inland waterways, and otherwise has only the right to speak to its own federal citizens, including African Americans, who are residing on the land. So, in other words, their citizens live in all the 50 states, but they only reside in those states. You see? They're not nationals in those states. They just reside in it. The nationals are nationals. You don't reside on the land, you inhabit the land. Well, you reside when you're owned by the feds. The problem has been that they have been offering to contract actually racketeering and press ganging on the land jurisdiction and forcing American state citizens to contract with them under conditions of non-disclosure and semantic deceit, allowing them to falsely claim that we are corporate franchisees or even corporate franchises of their foreign federation and its various corporations. Okay? It's deceit that made this all possible. Made everybody think that they're United States citizens and nothing else, and there is no other citizen. They forgot to tell you about state citizens, which are a higher authority. Well, that's why they need you to become a United States citizen, so you don't have that higher authority. But again, American Indians have the highest authority on the land. Number 11. Now you begin to see where your power lies, American Indians, and how you must exercise it. We have been swamped with pirates and armed marauders who are our employees, operated under diabolical misappropriation by our governmental services corporations that are in turn owned and operated by international banking cartels. So now we find out what the asterisk is. Here's an example. The Federal Reserve, newly organized as a franchise of the United Nations, Inc., is fronting its own franchise, doing business as the United States of America. This entity has created hundreds of millions of public utilities operated under the given names of living Americans. So your name in all caps. You can recognize these new corporate franchise doppelgangers because they all use names in this form. All caps. John Q. Public. So are you a public utility owned and operated by a franchise subsidiary of the Federal Reserve banking cartel operated by the United Nations, Inc.? No. Time to stand up and shove this baloney. Okay? That goes infinitely squared for American Indians. Infinitely multiplied. Number 12, and the last of Anna's 12 steps to reclaiming sovereignty, but to be tweaked by American Indians. The effort is underway to put an end to this criminal fraud scheme and seize back the assets of the continental United States that have been stolen and plundered by the federal United States, corporations, and misdirected employees. You can help by donating time, money, and skills to educate others and to document and prosecute claims. Also, time to repudiate the odious national debt and reclaim the credit and assets which have been purloined by various state of franchisees. By various state of, like state of states, franchisees via fiduciary trust fraud and fraudulent convertible debt. That's it, y'all. Let's read number 12 just one more time. The effort is underway to put an end to this criminal fraud scheme and seize back the assets of the continental United States. But see, that belongs to the American Indian. So we would get first we'd be the first hand to get the assets. Okay. And again, we might slightly bump heads with Anna here, but I do know that she's correct when she says that, we were owed credit. Well, the state nationals, they were supposed to get, because of their government created a fiat system. They were supposed to have their debts. All of us were in that system. In as much as we were in that system, we're supposed to have our debts discharged, because of the fiat system and because they made gold not the standard anymore. So we can't pay debts with gold because it's not lawful and legal anymore to pay debts with gold. It would be lawful to pay debts with gold. It would be lawful. But in their system, lawful and legal are not necessarily the same thing. Okay. So again, oh my gosh, it's almost a 4-hour video. I didn't know it would take that long. Okay. But it did, and it had to, because we had things to say. But assets of the continental United States that have been stolen and plundered by the federal United States. I would say that if Anna was to get that back, the chain of command, she would have to turn it over to the Indians, you know. I think the edict is this: every foreigner they actually have a birthright in the lands of their forefathers. So that's where their assets would be. American Indians, we only have America as our posterity and our assets. So why would we be asked to share ours when we only have one? The people that are foreigners have, according to what we just read, they have ours and theirs in their homeland. That's not fair, right? I mean, I think it's a we have to discuss this with Anna at some point, but I do think she would agree. And then I think she would realize that actually I'm supposed to go get my assets from my homeland, not America. I mean, America has graciously loaned me her assets, but they're not mine to keep. You see, Indians, that's when we have to stand, you know. And it, again, the logic here is American Indians don't have another land to get assets like these foreigners do. So ours has to be ours completely, especially because our numbers are so big. This landmass ain't this big because it just want to be big. It's because we're here, and we're our numbers were incredible, and they still are. So we got things to work out. I offer this, to the best of my knowledge, as the model of steps that we as American Indians need to take. So we read, where some of these notices need to go. We see the whole layout. These steps, they really did tell us a lot, So I'm going to close because this is long enough. It's actually exactly 4 hours according to this clock, which is sometimes wrong. But again, these were the top 12 steps to reclaim your private property. See, I don't want to call it a state because that's the C jurisdiction. But in private, this was our private property. It was our ancestral land. So the top 12 steps to reclaim your private property, your birthright. And I think that's what we might call this video. We'll just leave it at that. Or maybe I have to tie it in with my last video, the first step. The next 12 steps to reclaim your private property, your ancestral lands, I was. So that's what I'll have to think about. But thank you so much for watching. I hope this was something of a learning experience. I listen to Anna almost every Monday, and I learn so much. She's the only person that I know of who has such a grasp of the workings of our systems in America. That, in other words, this woman put herself, and many people on the line with the paperwork that she, came up with. Now, she's not doing it to grab a jurisdiction. No, she's pointing us to the Constitution. So she's not looking to be Queen Anne or Queen Anna. She did what she needed to do in order to turn the ship, or I don't even want to use that term, steer the way back to the Constitution, which is a good thing, which is a great thing. So that's why I know her talk is real talk. Because she did not write the Constitution, but she sure did study enough to know what it's about, what it was for, what it stood for, what it meant. The part that she doesn't get right about Indians, we have to chalk that up to divine providence. She is not the one to fight American Indians' battles. It's just, we don't want anyone to do that but an Indian. So that's why I believe the ancestors fixed it this way. They needed somebody that could be like a template for American Indians to follow and for us to create our own. I believe that that's what Anna is. That's what she represents to me as an American Indian. And that's why I wanted to share this video. And I hope you enjoyed it. I wish you peace, joy, wealth, health, your land back, your identity, and I'm sorry, your identity back, your birthright back. And all the great and wonderful things. Be highly favored. Till next time. Thank you.